Hello guys, good evening. How are you tonight? I'm keeping it quiet. I just put the baby asleep like 10 minutes ago, right before the chat. So I have to keep it quiet for a few minutes just to be sure that he's asleep for real. Hello guys, how are you tonight? While under the red, I just found out that Baldur's Gate has a full-on hardcore music video in the first chapter. Full musical accompaniment, sweeping camera, moves and all. Oh, I'm so tempted, so tempted. I have to stay away, that will be a crazy time sink. Gotta keep it quiet so that everyone is asleep. Luckily, you don't produce any sound on your side. It's just those critical... See, I'm checking the door. I expect to see him running. He's around his sleeping time, but just around. 15 minutes extra would be great. Glotris, thank you so much. Good evening. Tobias, hi. Jigby thought you had a no food or drink rule. Well, drink is okay. Drink is okay. No food. No crumbs. No dusty stuff. Water, tea, coffee. There's always plenty. You know? That's why my painting cup is clearly marked, so I cannot make mistakes. Hopefully. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff to do tonight. I'll give you $100 to drink that. I don't think so. This is not super dirty. It's well, basically the color is the same. A tiny bit. There's just a tiny bit of brown ink. No more than that. Aretus. Ciao, tutto bene? Buon Ferragosto. Buon Ferragosto. I think we are the only ones celebrating the 15 in Italy, I mean. Not a tasty cup, the Kilted Viking. So I keep one left, one right. I found a cheap screw-top jar of the size of a Atos cup. No neck-like jar. Oh, okay. Interesting. Grazie mille. Abbiamo posticipato i festeggiamenti a questo weekend con altri italiani. How are you tonight? So, I'll start immediately and we'll do the pleasantries at the beginning of this. I want to jump immediately since I'm fresh and stretched with the relatively simple pre-end on the playing cards. Then we can move on the general refinement. Last time, let me adjust the light a tiny bit. We kind of finished the armor, check the inference in catching light. I maintained the core of this part more shiny and less shiny on the edges, but just a tiny bit. It's still full. My light is coming from the left. I had to think about the model as myself. So there's a bunch of light. It has to be a tiny bit more shiny, while everything else down here is more dull and matte. I would say more satin, just to balance literally the finish of the metal. I fixed that shadow, finally. That's done. Have a bit of shading on the feathers. We just need a tiny bit of highlights, and yeah, except for a few touch-ups The face is actually way lighter. I think it's a thing of the angle of the light. Yeah, the hat is projecting a bunch of shadow. I think the difference could be made by this one. Yeah. You see how the light setup can change. Well, I'm in the center of this light, so for my perspective, while painting doesn't change much. But for you viewing from an angle, watching from an angle, it's a big difference. You see how much lighter is the face now. Still dramatic, but not so. It's literally the undercut of the cheeks making these huge amount of shadow. Plus the hat. The hat is blocking a lot of light coming precisely from this angle. Gigabeef got around to Michael's real quick. They have a 40% of this coupon. Go, go, go. What are you doing here still? Go now. Undersea Vagrant, good evening. So, it will be relatively simple. I wanted to do a couple of aces, and those are pretty simple in shape, general form factor. Let me. You can come down with me. Okay, so a bit of my Payne's Gray. Never used black on this project, except for the undercut of the bust itself. We can come down a bit more here. Is that phase I was working for YouTube, so the setup had to be changed completely. No, I cannot show you anything. I was looking at the project here. No, I cannot show you anything in this phase, in this particular phase. Okay. My reference. So this is very not incredibly historically accurate. There's margin. There's a bit of margin. So I was looking at these, and I really like the shapes. They're a bit designy. Bicycle makes also this kind of old parchment, but they are very designy. The actual Renaissance cards are very abstract and complicated. They still have the actual aces in the classic symbol. That's still a thing. But yeah, there's mostly a bunch of this kind of stuff that is just designy with the parchment backdrop. The real museal stuff, I should have one here. Is very like book. Book lighting, kind of that kind of style. Very rich and complicated. Keep stuff tiny bit more manageable. Yeah, we are there. Want to add a few tones on the sword that has the blocks of light, but not these beautiful tones. And yeah, he's really for a time 360 ready. I was a bit shy at the beginning with Twitch. I cut out the work on the others, thinking that maybe you were tired of a topic. I mean, the front and a good 70-80% of the back, but I didn't close on camera the previous projects. I will not do that mistake another time. Dr. Rhino, good evening. Dave from Digital, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, so I close my reference. This one, you know what? Here. These are the real playing cards. And I have to say that they are actually beautiful. Do we want to do something like that? Oh, thank you for the Prime. Dave, thank you so much. Super, super, super appreciated. See, the design is not so complicated, and it was clearly a relatively rough job. Shouldn't be incredibly difficult to replicate. I don't know if it will be comprehensible, so that's my only doubt. It's pretty big. The actual canvas that we have. Let's go historical. Let's go historical. And it can work. These are Italian cards. But again, they crossed the border of the time so many times. It's pretty realistic that a veteran could have an Italian souvenir. Super dark tonight. Davidson, thank you for the channel. The educational content is seriously helping me level up my painting. Super, super appreciated. It's my pleasure, man. My pleasure. Life S, good evening and buon Ferragosto. Yeah, let's go with these ones. Nice and pages might be difficult at the scale, but the rods looks definitely doable. You know what? I'm less scared by this kind of stuff. There's a tiny bit more geometry here involved. So these are, I think, these are the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8. That's more the ace kind of look. Well, let's try. Let's don't be scared. Okay, I think the first thing to do is the frame. That's actually the complicated part. Let's do it with a bit of masking, just to have the outline. And we can paint a tiny bit of a small knight. I really like this one for the shield. We could go with a rendering of this one. It's kind of a monster. It's covered in wood or fur. Yeah, the big shield will take away a ton of I'm not worried about the shapes. I'm worried about the ability of reading those shapes. So a big shield can be an interesting touch. That, by the way, load just to have it. Yeah, that's this stuff is too busy. Way too busy. And probably even the rods, because a bunch of lines. Let's go with this one. And if someone asks about the character, I have the actual historical reference. Yeah, let's go with this one. I need a bit of masking tape. Just to give me the outline. And I'll make it là. The Andrian. So much to be here tonight. Good evening. Okay, so let's start with this one. No. I'm not even looking at the reference for this. I'll give myself the biggest possible area. I like the idea of the frame. It will add a bit of busyness. Okay. And the roughness of this card will make everything very easy to adjust when needed. And you know what? Let's make it... let's make it even better. I'm looking for blacking. Still here. Yeah. Carbon black. Apply scotch with a rubber brush. Licks it anyway. That's a strong habit. No, it's I use it for it's a bit sticky. With this heat, you are taking away is literally to change the temperature. Don't worry, in Italy we call the tape with the brand as well. We do the same thing. Scotch, Scottex, paper towel is Scottex. So I'm going with black ink because that was the actual thing on the paper. Black ink. Thin brush. So we'll try to mimic also the fading and movement of a potential brush over that kind of paper. Change of plan. Ink is good, but not for this. This is very cheap masking tape, bleeding underneath. Not even bleeding, just absorbed by the paper. Let's do something a tiny bit more consistent. Tiny bit more. It's not even a mask, it's more like a ruler. Yeah, that was more like what I was looking for. You know what? Let's try. Probably it's too late. Not incredibly late. Not incredibly late. And since there will be a ton of retouching, let's bring in also my basic ingredients for this. Was brown and ivory, and I think that same Payne's Gray for my environmental light. Phil, good evening. Return from the Highlands. Hope you had a great vacation. How was the weather? I didn't consider the tendency of this cheap tape of absorbing the liquid part of the paint, and yeah, ink wasn't the right tool for this particular step. Weather was mixed, but we did it. But we hid when it rained. Yeah, classic. Classic of around here. Okay. Let's do... You know what? I want to see the actual thickness of this edge. So let's do it like this. Okay. Water. It's the first time probably in the whole Twitch thing, and probably of the entire YouTube, that I'm using a 00. Two lines. Yeah, we have to represent stuff in scale, so it has to be thin. Okay, it was kind of less of a millimeter. Again, this was... you can tell from the picture they were coloring out of the borders. It was a really cheap kind of job in terms of painting and coloring. Tiny bit more. Yeah. So even in this framing, Là. And like for the hilt, I need a guideline. Then I can follow a line if I have the germ of its structure. Let's connect. Okay. It's starting to be something. Just a bottle. Then, if we want to maintain a bit of proportion, I don't need the tape here. I need water. I'm working with a color that is with paint that is too thick. I wasn't breathing. I was making the corner under the fold. Okay. This is in place. Then, let's go back to the first one. I think I can probably freehand the horizontal ones. Getting back to work. See you later. Man, good work. Have a nice day and pop in as much as you can. You're always welcome. The Silver Shield, good evening. How are you tonight? Or day or morning, depending on where you are around the globe. Today I have the One Piece theme stuck in my head. I'm doing the pre-fight. I probably made the same mistake with the dilution. Are we taking bets on how many pieces Healers Never Die has done on the... I cannot wait. Cannot wait. So we have some reasoning material about that. He Zenith highlighted a bunch of stuff last time. So it will be more than 20 for sure. Just because he had the material preloaded. But yeah, I used a tiny bit of ink and basically the same mistake of the first line. Yeah, it's difficult to sell this super slow moving stuff on YouTube. Well, on YouTube would have been like I mask and I use it as a ruler. Just that sentence, a frame of the work. But yeah, that's simple. Bigger piece. Probably too big for what I really need. Give me a second. That's not leaving a mark. I have to strike a better balance of thickness dilution. In reality, you don't even need to push the brush against the tape. It's actually better if you use it as an indication of the direction. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Not leaving a mark, I feel a pain. I was painting the eyes of the sisters today. Still sucked it. It's always a difficult balance finding that sticking paint versus running paint is always a challenge. You have to test it every single time. Scored some medium magenta for Skeletor's magic lighting effect. Lovely. At what point do you stop considering mini painting a hobby and instead an addiction? Ooh. I don't know. I don't have an answer. Like recently, after 15, probably more, 15 years without using a skateboard, I went mad and I went heavily back into the hobby. And that was after around my birthday, around the end of June, and now I have like 10 boards. So it's a bit of an addiction. It's probably when you spend more than you actually do, then you can consider it an addiction. But I'm not the best judge for that stuff. Especially because with others, I'm an enabler. I'll push you trying and buying new stuff. Absolutely no shame. Okay, like the thickness. I like the direction. I can't resist anything except temptation. Almighty John, good evening. Check on buying paints, but I managed to stay away from a new airbrush. I did buy a Vortex though. Again, you'll never get from me resist, don't do it. If it's something that you feel could be useful, do it. I think whoever gift subbed me, I didn't see it happen, but Thank you from me too. Yeah, the Vortex again. Yes, I will never tell you don't buy a Vortex because yeah, it is an accessory. It's not technically necessary, but it's so useful. Like using Molotov paints. It looks like cocktail Molotov. Was a pain before the Vortex. Let's do it or design. That's a good frame. Okay, so my reference. Usually I print this stuff, but I'm out of ink, so I keep out of frame. But you know that there's my phone. Want to start for sure from the shield. That's a big thing going down. Okay, like for drawing. Let's mark some key points. Centrifugal mixer. Wouldn't that separate the paint instead of mixing it though? Or I'm misinterpreting. No, it can happen if you are using it for too long, but for that quick shaking of an old static tube of paint, it's making the job. Especially if you are adding a steel ball into the bottle. It's literally shaking from the inside. Gigabeef, thank you so much. Yeah, he's not a regular swirl. But yeah, in theory, if you keep it on too much, the sedimentation of the heavier stuff should happen. Show me the pictures. Okay, that one. Is my same, the expensive one. Mine was a gift. But I wouldn't have bought that for myself. But I appreciated the gift so much. That even mixes chimeras. Yeah, those are another kind of paint that tends to separate a lot. Quite a lot. So I was saying, let's do it like drawing something from life. And when you are doing especially thick, relatively thick, not thick as this stuff, tiny bit less, and this stuff doesn't separate. A tiny bit more dense than your classic. Sorry, I'm concentrated. I'm going slow tonight with the talk. A tiny bit more dense than your classic mini painting product. It's a complicated step. So it will be something around teeny tiny microscopic marker. That's the peak of the arc of my shield. And for all the new people in chat, I'm going for this one here. So I'm looking for the reference points of the shield. Big part of the figure. It will be nice to have that in place. Is the Chimera set the one you would recommend for starting to make your paint collection larger? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Is the one I would suggest if you are in a stage where you are saying, I really want to understand color mixing. That could be a nice academic learning set to limit yourself with the palette, just the basic ones, and the basic set, and paint just with that, with the security of having just a single pigment into every tube. So my suggestion is more for that kind of use. And the actual point will end up down here, so we are kind of safe. It's a cross, so cross down. And the other big reference point will be around. More or less. Probably high. Going down. Whoop. Okay. I have enough information. In this case, I can go back to the black ink. Just 2 dots. I just got the Chimera set and the Pro Acryl base set. I love the red and black for Chimera, but honestly, I'm thinking about just getting the rest of a Pro Acryl range. Yeah, the huge, probably the only drawback of Chimera is the availability and the ability to stock it. Probably not a huge deal for an average painter. It was a big deal for me with my volume of painting. Be around 60, 70. And don't buy anything more than the base set. It's a tiny bit more complicated for the position. I'm literally working on top of all this stuff. Probably. You know what? I have an option. I have a big option. No, I don't have options. That's the big one. No, I don't have that option. This was for nothing. Okay. I thought the short one could be the answer, but the short one has a smaller hole. Okay. Shield is going down. I don't think... you know what? I can fake this profile of the shield, even if it would happen under the pin, just to give an idea of the tapering. I'm working with True King of Wales with pure black ink. For the edges, I used for the frame a classic Liquitex wash, but because I was using the tape and it's cheap tape and it was absorbing the watery consistency of the ink. Okay, then this shield. Okay. It's in reality a tiny bit bigger, but it was part of the plan. It has an edge, so I'll do the outer edge instead of the... My wife needed me. What did I miss? Just the simplest general shape of the shield. This is slow moving stuff. I tried to change my handle, but that didn't work. You know, I think it's time for a globe. Because I'm heavily relying for stability on my grabbing of the back. No, it would be scary on something scarier. Not technically scary. On a more complicated shape. Thank you so much. Don't you hate when you have sweaty hands and you have to put on a glove? Something impossible to do. No, for a more complicated shape, I would have used enamels or oils, depending on the complexity of the design itself. The complicated part of a freehand is not really freehanding, is more adapting to the original shape that you have as a base. But working on flat, the only thing is that it's time consuming. And that you have a microphone in the middle blocking the flow of the brush. But that's Micros. A very specific kind of... It's actually not the correct order of operation. You shouldn't be too precious about the edges until more or less the end of a freehand. But yeah, why not? Let's keep it clean. Television, and your paint doesn't dry on you, on your brush before you reach the mini. That's the beauty of inks. That's just the ink. That was happening with those small quantities when I was doing the fine lines. It was absolutely happening. Okay, so the cross, take one, bam, classic cross. Okay, so cross, bam, bam. But I have to paint it as a thick thing. So let's find the middle and work a tiny bit on the left, tiny bit on the right. Too much paint on the brush. Sooner or later I'll need the zooming goggles for this, but not today. Reminds me of playing rugby. You have to fill a gap to understand better. Ooh, that would be a challenge. Don't leak it right now. Well, I'm leaking it. I'm leaking it a lot. I don't have the perception. I absolutely don't have the perception. You are telling it, but am I doing it? Don't know. Mostly swirling the brush. This is one of those cases where you make the tip after loading the brush because you are literally checking the brush stroke before committing. Probably the border is a tiny bit too thick, but I don't mind it. Probably it's better to have it closer, but it has that feel. You're looking for a feel. Marco, I have a question. I try to go from black to purplish red on one side and black to cold white on the other side. Red, white. Okay. From what should I start to have a convincing chromatic black who can either go warm or cold Ooh, yeah, you are in the perfect position to try blue and brownish orange, like a phthalo blue, green shade, and burnt umber. If you're going for very deep, realistic tones. Micro wet palettes. That would be neat. Okay. Let's see this guy. What the hell is it? Let me see if in the download is a tiny bit better. Yeah, the resolution is a tiny bit better. So look with me. This guy. What is that? Especially what is he holding? Okay, let's start with the face. And I think the shape of the body will be relatively simple. Let's start with this face. Since I'm locking my cup. Could red and green work? Yes, absolutely. I was thinking mostly to the cold white and the purplish red, and I'm literally looking for a way to hold this stuff. Okay, like this. I think it can create a better contrast. But yeah, the red and green absolutely work. You have to pick the right ones. A dark green and the magenta do the job really well. Yeah, all the complementaries can do that trick. So no, you can adapt that. I'm studying the measurements from the screen, but no, let's try. So this guy has a nose. And a very simple mouth. Let's do the nose. I think it's simple. This would be the nose. Yeah, small. Then the mouth is something like this. Bum, bum. Very, very simple. My proportions are a bit off, but again, we are not looking for a super precise one-to-one eyes. There's a bigger one like this. That's very. I have a absolutely comic book touch on drawing. I hope this will not be too postmodern. prefer when I have the printed stuff for then the other eye. A bit more. It's not holding the tip. The tip is bending. Okay. Then eyebrows. Soaring Dust. Tobias, good night. Good night. I'll send you an email about that highlighting. Yeah. Whoa, Peter. Peter, thank you so much. Hello, guys. Turn 1028. That's I have a bunch of files for that. Hello, Pete. Hello, guys. Welcome on board. We are finishing the Landskeneck with the free ending of Renaissance playing cards. This guy in particular. Are you planning? Are you doing something for Turnip? I love the game. I have the rule set. I have a few of the 3D files. That's the aesthetic I love. Okay, so yeah, let's keep it here. You already know my password for the screen. So, we were looking for eyebrows. Much too fiddly for me. I've got a few ideas. I'm tempted to try out a new EOS Mini. You know, but I wanted to do something about that. Like GW sent me an email yesterday asking if I have material for an article, and I was like, you didn't send me anything. I haven't got the box. Yeah, free ending tiny medieval playing cards. It's a very inspiring line. Like at the moment, I'm on the new Skaven for Underworld. Whoop. Mikatori, yeah, not really that difficult. It's when you have a plain surface, the actual complexity of every hand is taken a bit away, and these are cheap and drawn, well, and carved and then printed late Renaissance. Yeah. You know, if you have a banner that now they are all super flat, but I'm thinking more a capes with free ends. Those are complicated because you have to make the free end behave with that flow. So if you have a complicated pre-end over a complicated set of folds is kind of a nightmare. So eyebrows. And making more poses between checking the chat because this stuff is microscopic and I have so much stuff blocking my brush with this angle. I hope that you are still able to hear me well. Cartoony set of eyebrows. Well, this character is very cartoony here. All these characters are very cartoony. I guess that at any historical time, when you start simplifying the shapes to a certain degrees, you always get what in modern times we consider cartooning. There are Egyptian and Roman medieval books, paintings that have that kind of feel. Okay, so then we have a big point here. I guess I'll have trouble with this for the fantasy versus historical kind of thing. That printing with the woodcut. No, it was a compliment. For me, cartooning is absolutely a compliment. It's a skill, being able to simplify shapes. He looks a bit like an elf. I'm painting an elf. So many doodles all over them. Yeah, exactly. Space Toy, good evening. Me monks. More or less. The power of that stuff is more or less the same. For the same reasons. A highly symbolic cultural reference. Maybe more or less noble. We can debate about that. And making everything a tiny bit bigger for my own mental sanity. this guy has. Something like 2 things like this. Then the body is really simple, but I'm exaggerating everything so it would be more like there's the body coming out. He's moving from elf to chihuahua for some reason. Again, it's a very strange... I would probably have to pick a knight, but I'm going with this bit of a creature. See? It has the big ears. There's that... it's kind of a monster. This will be my tactic for bringing these to historical competitions and fantasy competitions. Now I'm scared about... yeah, exactly. It is a Wookiee. Yeah, I think he's a satyr. But it's strange that he doesn't have like a fur texture, but more like wood. His ghost will come in the comments. No, that's my original artwork. That's not your idea. Brandon, thank you for the follow. Again, I'm making everything a tiny bit bigger because this is very dense. Big Wookiee arm. In this kind of pre-end, in historical competition, or will they argue that style of card isn't from the same region? I consider that. And that's why I settled with the Italian play card set, because these guys, for a while, has been the bane of the north of Italy. Even below Milan, in all the plains. So in northern Italy, it was for a while under the German domain. So it's plausible that they'll have a souvenir of the adventure. And I literally don't know, like, I'm guessing he's using like a huge boomerang, but I go with the sword. What the hell is that? He's making a bend. Don't know. I'm going for a sword. You're cursed not to be able to safely open a GW wash pot for 7 years. So yeah, no, there was historical consideration also for that, because as we were talking, I'm scared to death by their judgment. Oh, you know what? Let's make it a spear. I think he's a kind of poetical license. No, it's represented as thick. That's the fascinating part of historical painting. So I don't feel it. I feel it as a weapon, or it has to be a weapon because he has a shield. So without the shield, this could look like a farming tool, something like that. But is thick as a sword, or other maces or scepters. So with my angle, I'll simplify everything with a sword, with a spear, and I'll call it poetical license. Yeah, exactly. Literally a souvenir of an incursion. In Italy. And in the box art, I think there was a big mistake. For what I saw, and again, it's a box art, doesn't have to be judged with the historical terms. There's an ace of spade with the modern A. And more or less nobody was literate in this period. Everything was visual, was pictorial. And there isn't a single set of cards that I found with letters. With actual letters. So my spear will end up here. Let me take another brush. The point of this one is super flimsy. It's not following up. It's good if you need a line, but if you need a more complex shape, oh, way better. Didn't have a spring to give me that. A mermaid hands with a number on the back. Looks like an old wooden flail. Where more one long stick connected to a... Probably the connection is behind his head. And the shape at the end is very strange. Looks like a Klingon blade. But probably, yeah, is the spike at the end. Dude, how are you? Good evening. We are going referential with a set of playing cards, Italian playing cards from the Renaissance. doodling some strange characters. We were debating, is this the first Wookiee of history? Or an Italian Bigfoot? I'll make it a tiny bit simpler. I'm making everything larger. But I want to keep the funkiness of the shapes. And I know it's clear that the first three, man, yeah, the texture is very wood-like. A very humanoid ant. I'm pretty sure that the point here will give me trouble in the historical context. That misunderstanding of is an empire longsword or i grandi piedi. In questo caso il grande piede singolar. Il grande piede. In Italian is more like I'm thinking at 80s movies. Piedone. It's a single word. The translation was piedone. That means literally big foot. Okay. Okay. Let's do this wood thing. You don't have a ton of space. Well, more or less the same of the real figure. The original has more space around the legs to develop the theme. I'm more constrained by the pain here. And I kind of need this kind of bend. I can probably... Let me do this. Extend the bend. Again, we are not copy-pasting. We are referencing... Crazy type large feet. Phil got to duck out to take care of the wife. Hope to be back soon. Man, we'll be here for a while. Don't worry. Don't worry, take your time. Cannot wait to arrive to that red. To do the offset printing effect. Oh, I went back to a 0. The 00. I never used the 00. I was a bit worried about these fine lines, but it wasn't behaving at all. I needed a spring. That flimsy point of the 00 was not giving me. Only some tanks left to do. Any of my army is finished. Left to do. My army is finished. I think. I just finished 5 custodian guard. That's why. I'm entertaining the idea of a custodes armies. because of the small size. But is small at the end? Is it small at the end? I don't think so. Yeah, I can produce finer lines with a bigger brush. The point is the key. And the spring of the brush, especially if you're used to want that. Line density is for sure high. Looks a bit like Trump. Like, by the way, Marco, when you add texture with a sponge, you get a much better and organic chaotic look if you rotate the sponge a little each time. Oh, you are seeing a pattern probably here. Yeah, I use the effect a lot. I was probably talking just to the right of and below the cards. To the right and below the cards. Yeah, it was an artifact. I have to take care of that. It's very regular. Okay, let me check again. That will be part of the fixing. Okay, yeah, more or less. It has a rim of the same texture around the face that now is very big. I can make it. Yeah, I'm always super careful about that. That probably slipped in the conversation. That speaks of the power of the brain to find patterns. Of the brain of the guy painting of not seeing obvious stuff. When you are too much into the details. Yeah, it is one of those funky medieval characters. Captain Melk. Thank you so much for jumping in. Whoop. We are finishing this guy with some focus pre-ending of medieval playing cards. Thanks a million. And again, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Yeah, the cards have color. Just a single color, they have red. And I love the off-printing bleeding of the red on the cross. So black and white plus red. I'm literally dying to do this offset effect. It will be a bit eye-catching in terms of composition. I'm a bit scared, but I'll try to keep it down and desaturated for the place it is. Melk, long time fan of YouTube, the YouTube channel. Thank you so much. Really, thank you so much. Just building a few miniatures today. What are you working on? I'm curious of the cool stuff of the moment. Whoa. No, I called it an off print, but I think it's a quick end paint job. There are the traces of a brush in a few other. It was to give an idea of the effect. I think it's more a sloppy hand painting. And especially, I don't think that the two-pass kind of printing would be of that period. Not even proper printing. Kings of War, Racing Cast Minis. Lovely. I love their models. The quality is not on par with GW. But in general, they are fun to paint. I don't find them super fine to build. Oh man, I'm so sorry. Sorry if I'm not talking. Refining a bit my lines. But before that, let's do the second one. So we have just a tiny little slice of. We'll probably do one of the basic numbers. Maybe a 2. At least I'm guessing this is a 2. Because this should be a 4. Let's start. No, let's decide. No, let's do a bigger number because at least with a 4 I can fill the space with more stuff. I like it a tiny bit busy. This should be like an Easter egg. To really look forward to it, I think you should do it. It's probably something you wouldn't add. It's very hard to communicate that is a representation of a badly painted card and not just a badly... Yeah, Do you think he will not translate? Even if I go a tiny bit over the top, you think it will not translate as a proper effect instead of a pure an idea of the original fabrication? But the good thing is that I can postpone that. Cyphest. Still not too late for a tiny bit of caffeine in form of tea. To get the effect, we will have to add a softened texture to the car to simulate the ink wearing. I'm on board with that. But yeah, for the size, that's part of my worry. To give the idea that I'm not a sloppy freehander or a coloring book painter, but a proper effect. To cramming varying opacity instead of the misalign. But again, if something I feel doing, you should totally add it. I have time to think about it. I like the idea of a tiny bit of color to step away from the feathers. But we'll see. Rob Voltax, don't worry, I absolutely understand. And this was an extra one, so no harm. Thank you for the company. And have a great day tomorrow. So, yeah, let's do a 4. Let's aim for a 4 at least. So, the crown is very... The top of the thing is very inconsistent. So I have a bunch of margin, like... look at these. They are completely different in every single render. So a bunch of freedom with that. And the fact that they are 2 is not incredibly complicated to render. So let's do the shape. This could be 1, and this could be 2. Still on the diagram. Then let's make it kind of a scepter. Yeah, even for the line work, I had the kind of fear of saying, okay, this is a medieval sloppy thing. Undersea Vagrant, good night. Thank you for everything. Yeah, that would be... There, there's not much to do. Well, a tiny bit, but not so much. Had a really interesting talk. Good night, man. See you at the next one. Had a really interesting talk mattered the other day about eye painting. Eye direction and expression is something painters can decide. And painting a character slightly cross-eye with a lazy eye would add some cool character to a bust, especially a stoic one. But it's something that's very hard to add, impossible almost. People just assume that just an error. We talked with the chat about these for this character, and that was my argument. The idea came out from the chat. I consider that because I never saw it, and then I thought there's a reason why. There is a reason why. It has to be. I think it has to be on the right sculpt. Well, on the obvious sculpt, probably you'll get that. You basically have to do it over the top, exactly. It has to be so exaggerated that nobody can argue what it is. Turn it on the other side to arrive to this one. Not so well. The card is big. Probably the diagonal would have been a tiny bit lower. I'm going to tell people my lazy eyes is an artist's decision. Yeah, why not? So I saw Mordheim hitting us softly. Just have to finish my sister superior for my 500 points. Mordheim army. It's still a great game. It's still a great game. I have a first generation full metal warband of sisters in a bag. Unpainted. So the original warbands from Mordheim, the ones that pushed the aesthetic in some new direction. They were great because, like, the undead, more or less, is the same stuff from the fantasy range. Skaven, the same, but sisters, witch hunters. Probably just sisters and witch hunters. Chaos. The cultists were very different from the meta aesthetic of the time. Like the pointy hood. One of those sisters. Sooner or later I'll make a video to justify the time. Very difficult to understand down here. But there's the ribbon. Do the ribbon in the middle and we'll fix. So the ribbon is going like. they're also taking the time to do the three-dimensionality of the ribbon going back. So let me see if there's something. It's almost impossible to understand what. Oh, let me check again. Okay, so. This Neven theme. There's the one without. Okay, let's keep it simple. Yeah, I've been toying with the idea of playing Mordheim in 10 millimeters. I don't like the scale. I like to see the details. I like to see the big city. I understand it's way more playable if you're going with a bigger, a complex set of scenic elements, but I want to see the cinematic. Like if I could play Mordheim in 54 millimeters, like Inquisitor scale, that would be the dream. My marks. This has to be clean. I'm cleaning a tiny bit the lights. You know what? I'm not understanding the marks, but I'm just copying them. And if I have any kind of objection, I will show the picture. Okay. Let's go back to my something like that. No, the sides, no, it's still. I retouched the card, so I have to refine the upper side. You know, your eyes are working well. Also, there are quite a number of skulls, at least Fire Dwarfs can be scaled to 10. Yeah, when I went on the cards, I basically reprimed. I copy the marks. And then I understand later what they are. in this case. I hope that they will sell the impression that is referenced. They could have gone bigger with the ribbon, just for the sake of filling the space. I have a bit of horror vacui. I'm with you on the 54 Mordheim miniatures. I think that the game would get very messy and hard to measure in 10. Yeah, especially for the lines of sight. Those are always a debate in a game of Mordheim. If portability is the thing, yeah, why not? Like, since the times of Inquisitor, I'm thinking I never saw a proper Inquisitor table, a proper playing table for a 54 game, like the size of a building, would be something crazy. Mostly to store, not to play with, but to keep at home. Like, I'm giving this suggestion to every display model company, probably giving away a good marketing idea, like make a simple game out of the 75 that now are the norm, to have a bridge for gamers, to give a reason to hardcore gamers to go into those kind of lines, at least the spark of interest. Okay. Okay, there's already someone working on it. Nothing is original anymore. I was lucky enough to see the Games Workshop Studio Inquisitor Terrain, the stuff they used for the 54 product. It was amazing and bloody huge. They used 1.5 normal 40k tables for one board. Like, I read that rule set a dozen of times. Played once. In a very sloppy way, like you expect from high schoolers. But I still have the original book. I really think that that game made 40k more what it is now than 40k itself in terms of story. Okay, my lines are crisp enough. A bit messy down here, but we actually played quite a few games with 28mm models. Right. When there was something happening. The chat is welcoming me to the chat. Okay. It was probably some kind of glitch. The big Inquisitor 28 revolution. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. For practical reason, pure practicality. Sorry guys, it's very small stuff. And it's a strange situation. I'm refining with the idea of not refine too much. With keeping some of the lines a bit raw. Mofarius, thank you for the stretch. It's time. I don't know if the audio was filtered, but there was a huge... The main problem with the Inquisitor 54 system was there was a bunch of really cool rules. What happens if you are not a Superman, like Panic, Too Little Strength. The system is intended to be played with Superman characters to have ability that invalidate all those rules. Yeah, there is a bit of that. It's very grounded. It's very grounded on the psychological rules and all those effects. But you are literally playing superheroes. It was so crammed. Thank you, man. And I'm thinking of extra stuff to add. Didn't want to go in that direction, but it'd be entertaining. Now that I have a better grasp of the Twitch thing. Like all of a sudden drop like solve a Rubik Cube. With a bit of stretch, I can stay under the minute. Still a beginner. Stuff like that. Because I think the best way to handle that is to make it a challenge. Yeah, you know, for those kind of games, sometimes I think it's just nostalgia, because they were the games that really hooked me into miniature gaming. But then when you go checking the rulebooks for the illustrations, the ideas. No, they are actually interesting products. You know, with all the new stuff in game design, probably a bit dated. Still good reads and good gaming for a night. My main problem with Inquisitor was that 54 models were loop-sided in stance and made of metal. Oh, don't even mention it. Don't even mention it. The Arcoflagellant, the Arcflagellant, that was running completely unbalanced. Or the Space Marine. The Space Marine. Impossible to move. I don't mind a bunch of weights I think they were like the fishing weights, little balls squashed and glued under the base to keep the balance. We had an awesome game of 40k monks against mutants. The monks had a heavy bolter, but only one guy strong enough to carry it. But you needed more strength to keep it steady with recoil. So he would have two helpers, one to carry the ammo and one to stabilize the gun. So you had to get all the three models to play together. Lovely. And when they finally fired on the mutants, all of them dove into cover or ran away, but the cover in the game is just thicker armor. The bolter just shot through it. But then if you imagine the effect of a bolter, what should it be? Is a very realistic scene. I love this stuff, especially when it goes deeply into the narrative side. Dungeon Master. I got it. I get the pun. Hey Marco, have you ever tried chromatic black with contrast speed paints? Yes. I think I made an example on the first Black Templar video. It was probably just with all inks. But yeah, you can do that stuff with any kind of paint. So okay, you don't have the classic names, but you can eyeball the right tones for many different mixes of chromatic black. As we were talking about dropping metal models, I just made a metal Plague Marines arms fly off from dropping it. I still love to work with metal. I don't like to play with metal. I will repaint this corner, but we are done. We can move to adding a tiny bit of dirt and fading a tiny bit this black. I went a tiny bit too heavy on the dimension of the lines. And being in a corner next to the pin was a tiny bit too busy. The game was great for generating narrative like that. And I mean, it makes sense. Dark Heresy, the 40k RPG first edition was very heavily based on the Inquisitor rules. Yeah, I think that was probably a tiny bit more grounded in more human relatable rules, in the sense of Taragotha, thank you for the follow, in the sense of something like a Space Marine is an absolute unbeatable beast. Well, more or less also in Inquisitor. Compared to the others, is literally a one-man army. That you probably is better to not play. Typhus, good night. Thank you so much. Happy Ferragosto again. I was curious to ask, I think we are the only ones in Europe, and probably the rest of the world, us as Italians, celebrating the 15th of August. A bit better. Now. Still busy, but yeah, it's a diagonal. I cannot do much. I think it's holiday in all Europe. No, like UK, England, and Ireland. They have different bank holidays. I think the 7th and the 28th. I don't know if in Spain, now that you are thinking it is a European thing. Probably is a thing in Spain. Mexican. I don't like it. Inquisitors, Inquisition and Sisters are my favorite models. Like the darkness that religious fanaticism brings to games. Yes, in Spain is holiday, so Italy and Spain. That was my guess. We are so similar. Strangely closer with Spanish guys than French. Ooh, in Poland there is also a holiday. Interesting. Yeah, because it should be a Catholic thing. Probably that's the link. Yeah, definitely, and I love the fact that they did do a Space Marine game in the same system. They were bloody superheroes. The damage a human would do with a juiced up power fist, Space Marine would do wielding a spoon. Yeah, like in that only official game I played, the master was using it as a faction by itself, and the underlying thing was okay, know that it's impossible to kill. You cannot do anything to kill it. So work around this notion. For a quicker, more streamlined experience of Inquisitor, I played a lot of Planet 28. That's a nice little independent thing. It's super quick to set up. It's very much in that agnostic game kind of territory, and even the creation of the character is super quick, like with Forbidden Psalm. Super quick. Okay, Poetical License. I added a second ear on the left, on the right. Okay, let's take this away. Okay, I'll take a moment to think about that red effect. Now I'm full of doubts about that. But first, for the sake of free-ending, I used pure ink. That now you can tell probably no. From your perspective is not so shiny. From mine, it's very shiny. So I'll give it a quick pass. Tiny bit. Whoa! I was shaking the bottle, but it was open. I made a mess. Just a filter of varnish. Thank you so much. I want to add a bit of dirt, some stain. Like, my first instinct was to go with the classic case, but it was probably a deformation coming from the box art. It has a very modern Ace of Spades, but with a tiny bit of research that absolutely wasn't the thing. So water, varnish, it will be just a glaze to kill the sheen of the ink. Yeah, the edges should be almost destroyed. Okay. This should be enough. And also to give a tiny coat of the same kind of off-white to make the black tiny bit faded. And that was probably a mistake. Not mixing something a bit more grayish just to save a step. Yeah, especially because I'm very active in the discussion about old comic books getting reprints. And what they do is just taking the files of the pictures they have in archive, the scans, and they go with the original colors without considering that the paper was crazily different at the time. It was old school newspaper that comes out already yellow grayish and prone to become even more yellow grayish. They go with the white page, making everything. Oh, okay, something is happening. Maniac. How are you, Scott? Wow, grinding party. Hello, guys. Welcome to the stream. We're almost at the end, not of the stream, but this project. I want to close it tonight. The free ending took a tiny bit more than expected. We were working on these cards using proper Renaissance cards as a reference. This guy in particular, super fantasy for the time. So yeah, I've been on this historical model for I think the last month, and in terms of hours, we are literally around the 40. So my usual standard for a bust. Again, since you are so many, just to wrap up the history. Dawn, winter, it's cold. The light is slightly directional from this side. You can tell from the armor, the light here on the face, with a diffusion coming from a cloudy sky and general winter mood that makes everything desaturated, a bit washed out, and the red is going to violet, and these bluish territories, the yellow is going to green, and warmer shadows for contrast and add a bit of humanity to the character. I went heavily referential and photographic because I'm super scared by the historical community. So I double checked every single element of this guy. And yeah, just finished freehanding the basic structure of these displaying cards used as decoration and trophy. And we were discussing about the fact that the black is too sharp, like in bad reprints of old comic books, where they don't consider the paper and the actual yellowing and interference that the paper and the fading ink makes on the actual visible result. Thank you. It was a difficult balance because again, it's funky medieval stuff, and since you want to get the effect, but you know, it's all but oh, in real life word ban. Which one? The okay, let me try. Why I put that? Why I put that? And I also want to add more challenges. So yeah, you can tell these cards are very, very, very simple in that. No, okay, no, I didn't use it. Very simple, very sketchy, very just to transmit an idea of stuff that they already knew. So it's a concept. So you are trying to balance this kind of lines. It's still hard. Yeah, man, I'm literally thinking every single word. Rethinking every single word. So, I want to fade it a tiny bit. And I was saying it was kind of a mistake. Didn't use it. Using... it was great using pure ink for this. It was super flowy, super easy. But I got a super stark line. So, let's fade it a tiny bit. I'm hoping that a couple of glazes can do the effect. But worst case scenario, I'm willing to go over... it's already working. I'm willing to go over with more gray stones. Mostly just over the thicker lines. It's going to work. Yeah, that's the reference. Oh, I used it. I'll try again. Yeah, I went with this guy because it was the most interesting. I used it again. Start over. Okay. I went with this guy because it was very interesting. With a big shield and it's kind of a fantasy creature. We're thinking about a dryad or some kind of wood guy. Yeah, another 5 minutes. I agree. So on my side is 28 right now. I'll keep the mouse on. So this was a kind of a reinterpretation of that, making it slightly simpler, but more or less the same character. I just changed the ah. It's way too difficult. Thinking, painting, every now and then translating. Another 5. I'm up for the challenge. I lied behind the fact that I have to concentrate. So yeah, fading everything a tiny bit. And with a very irregular ease. I hate that you discovered that function. I'll keep it. I'll take it away immediately after this stream. I'll take it out. Look at this. How everything disappears. I'm terrified of speaking. My minions, please go fast. Ooh, I got some interesting artifacts up here. I went with heavy glazing, and I have a few dots. Really up. Best of them. I've started using a wet palette. Good for you, man. That's an obligatory step. Used one yesterday in Cork. It was very nice. Generally, features that limit aren't good for a stream. One of the other streamers I follow had a self-ban feature, so you could ban yourself from talking for 4 hours. Well, at the moment, this appears kind of fun. An interesting challenge. Yeah, you have to understand if something works or not. First time someone used that. Just 5 minutes. Just 5. Hi, Pram. focused on black and I cannot even read the comments. Okay. I think I like it. Maybe an extra pass. But yeah, first I can work on the edges a tiny bit. To give them some roughness. It took in ban for 4 hours. That's extreme killer. I'm introducing a darker tone so I can make contrast. I can add contrast with lighter tones. Katori, honestly, best paint along, getting more done than usual. Oh, lovely. So lovely. I was hoping that, you know, keeping you company in a creative way could produce that kind of effect. Again, I said it many times. This became my painting night. Good topics, chat. Bunch of painting. What do you think? Red in a couple of elements or not? Something desaturated, relatively faded, but still a punchy red. Oh, I really like it. Whoa, from here, he's adding a bunch of interesting noise to the front scene. Do a few reddish elements, but keep them the same spectrum as the red sleeve. Yeah, because it has to be modulated by the environmental light. And what do you think about the sloppy effect? It will do the effect of the crooked eyes, or it will be understood? Will it be understood? Double DS Minis, thank you for the follow. You know, it has to be in the same territory, because the red that you see all around, it's coming from red plus interaction with the cold bluish light. So it will be necessarily something more into that bluish magenta, almost faded violet territory. Double DS Minis, how's life, sir? How is the family doing? Pretty good. Pretty good. I'm still every now and then checking the door. Tonight I'm alone with the kid, and I'm expecting him to jump out of the bed and running here. It's strange that it didn't happen yet. Haven't happened yet. Didn't happen yet. There was a couple of calls with patrons. He arrived screaming, "Boo!" I like the sloppy effect. You know, it's part of the reference. Yeah, I'm literally still talking about that. Okay. And fade. That's right. You know, I'm working with very opaque paints. It will be easy to go back. Very easy to go back. So, let's do it with transparency. Maybe use contrast. Let's see if I can strike a balance with Volupus Pink and no, not this one. No. Mega Sparkle. A bit more bluish. Should be enough. No, in this case was literally picking your brains. So, one and two. Probably need a tiny bit of blue to find the perfect spot. You know what? Not blue. More or less the tone of my light. Okay. You know what? For the sake of desaturation. It pulls out Medieval Red. For my first 2 bottles of Citadel Contrast yesterday. Again, if you have to choose, my point at the moment, Dovario Scotia. Thank you for the follow. If you have to buy a single... no, I need also a tiny bit of red. If you have to buy a single product, yeah, definitely, is up here. Well, contrast, if used with a tiny bit of water, it's more like a tiny bit more matte than an ink. But yeah, not fully matte. Still tinkering with the tone. I wanted to drive it still bluish, but more into a brown territory because it's on paper and fading. Let's see. More of everything. Went super conservative. Huh? Huh? Whoop. Oh, this one, yeah. Yeah, I don't want to let you see it here. No, it's in pure Whoa, he was on battle. How are you guys? More in this kind of brownish territory. Yeah, a tiny bit more, but I like the fading. I like that I can build up. It's a strange balance. Okay, you know what? Also a tiny bit of yellow for the heads of the scepters. I like this one. I really like this one. Doing great, working on a kill team. Are you streaming tonight or is work for YouTube? Wonder if the cards only had red on them back then. No, there's a bit of color here. Ooh, interesting. There's also a bit of this wash of yellow. So I think that's something different. Looks like a gray, but could have been whatever. Definitely not this one. This is still yellowish. Yeah, it's not really a big deal because the silver shield. I think you can see it. It's a joke. You can see it with the screen off. So let's fade this super crazily powerful yellow. More varnish. tiny bit of more opaque brown, just to make a tiny bit of a dusty effect. I'm worried this will be a tiny bit too. This will be more brown. Oh, sorry. Tiny bit more of the red now that is dry. Yeah, I like it. I don't regret anything. Could be probably even a tiny bit more. They want to give a pass of... Let's try with this one. Tiny bit more yellowish. Tiny bit more brownish. This yellow didn't behave. It's good. Can be better. And this was an easy fix. Let me know the wrapping. No, that's white. Okay, no. 1 and 2 and nothing else. 1 and 2 and nothing else. That's the only real color happening. It's so strange being non-precise on purpose. So strange. Yeah, I think so, because it's really empty. It's powerful on the card, because I think there's more busy black. Not really sure what to use. Probably the same yellow. Probably want to do another pass. The transparency is really helping in keeping the faded effect. Yeah, I like it, and by pure chance, it was very watery, and I think that's something that could happen on a card of the time used like that. Just even a bit of rain and moisture making the borders a bit with that watercolor effect. That time. Oop. Good night, Draktak. Good night. Let's paint a lot, very close to the contrast paints, no better or worse, that's different. I think you should definitely get some, not convinced, set though, yeah, by single pot. Yeah, most of the time you don't use, I'm literally, I had the full set from GW, but I'm always using the same 15, probably no more than 12, 15 colors. I'll do a tiny bit of a quote-unquote black wash on this fur. just to make this. I think could be enough to make it more plenty. Do you know any cheaper substitutes for contrast paints? I think that at the moment probably Army Painter new version and the Vallejo paints are the best option. At least it's stuff that it has been tested a bit. Yeah, but I like contrast because they are closer to inks, and in general, I like inks a lot. So my point for that is, if you have the budget for a single very precise purchase and you don't have inks in your collection, go with inks. You get more versatility. You have to work a bit to make them into the contrast territory, but then you can use them as inks. So if they are not in your collection, probably give priority to that. Okay, so that's done. I'm happy. I'm happy. Really happy. I will do a tiny bit of scratches and then we'll move to a couple of other things. Then something a tiny bit more visible. I'm very selective with what paints I have. In setup I have only 12 colors, maybe 3-4 extra finish cases. Shiny, silver, pink, mix everything from that. That's my suggestion in every video. You see, at the end, if you go back in the other projects also, I always end up with the same set of primaries or analogous to primaries. Like last time, that yellow oxide used as proper yellow. Last teeny tiny touch, the green shade, any bit of blue into the mix for final highlight. That's white. The main gripe with contrast paints, apart from the price, is that different tones are very, very different. Yeah. Yes, something. Some of them are like glazes, the old glaze paints, and some are so crazily opaque and staining, especially the second wave. Ironically, the second wave behaves in a slightly more stable way that sadly I like less. Is more like they advertised. So they have a consistent, a more consistent, not completely consistent, higher opacity and staining power. But if you go with the names of the first wave, they are super incredibly inconsistent in behavior. You end up working around that, but if you have to introduce someone to the tool, is absolutely complicated. The fact is that there isn't an indication on the pot because inks, pure inks, share a bit that inconsistency of behavior based on the pigment, but you kind of know it from the label. I felt the need of introducing a tiny bit of the cold note. Ooh, hydrate, but water this time. Mofarius is my waterman. Got a printer, went Speedpaint crazy to get lots done for everyone. You know, they don't do precisely that, but close enough. I push on inks because I was literally using ink in that way before the coming of contrast. For the same quick staining. I'm probably complicating my life a tiny bit here. For not an incredible amount of gain, but when you are obsessive, you cannot really choose. Not so bad. A bit of water. Has to be more a fading kind of thing. That's it. Oh, healers never died. We were betting on your body count. I painted the metallics on 20 orcs. I think the batch that you Zenithal highlighted the last time based 21 Night Goblins, 5 Chariot Wolves, and base Gaspil, Gaps, I think. Scalpel Fur on 10 Wolf Raiders. Just painting. Okay. You are in a very good spot, man. Very good spot. Every little bit is paying off. That. Okay, so. Let's quickly fix. No, I want something. Funnier. There are a few things that I want to fix. A tiny bit of texturing down here, but just a tiny bit, very out of focus. A tiny bit of chromatic. Stuff on the sword. Tiny bit. At the moment, it's a bit dull from that point of view. So, bam, light from this side. I can go heavy on this one. Facing up all the way down, I can be really happy with this. Tiny bit less on this one. Can use this stuff here. Perfect. We discussed about the edge of the first part of the blade. It has to be very, very dull. Used to not be sharp. Okay. I like it. A bit more into this territory. I think I can do even better. I think I can use a proper ink. I want the blue. Ooh. Blue. What? Talo green? Elmofarius would end up dehydrated. You know, the water boy, guys, procure one of these because it's saving my life every single day. With the pots that I'm not using often, these are becoming so difficult to open. Now it's easy. And I saw, like, I think printers. I'm very biased with my access to art supply. Average Irish dude asking about inks and their use. The main super basic use you can do with inks is to boost the saturation of your other colors in a mix, in an overlap. Those are great, especially for sci-fi and fantasy painting, where sometimes, well, often, I would say, you want super bright, saturated colors. Great tool to have for that kind of application. More tiny bit more advanced for their natural transparency. You can overlap a bunch of information with that out of the pot kind of transparency and paint super easy shadows or with a bit of dilution, starting from that highly saturated point, change super easily the tone of an entire surface. I often use many of these properties all together to make saturated, interesting shadows. In a single pass, because maybe you are spraying or brushing that kind of information really quickly. They have a bunch of pigments, so you obtain an effect if you are in speed painting very, very, very fast. A tiny bit of rim of shadow. It doesn't have to be extremely perfect. President, anyone said that your work is remarkable. First time. You have the copyright. Absolutely, you have the copyright. And Durviews and Mima 40k, thank you so much for the follows. Super, super, super appreciated. That's when your competition is so much cheaper than your product. You need to have something really unique. And while the GW designs are great, I'm not sure they are 20, 30 times better than, for instance, Prey Studio or Lord of the Print. Yeah, that's a good point. I think there's a point where it's becoming all like fashion. You have the added cost of the brand itself. Okay. Super quick jumping all around. Let's bring a few metallics on the palette. This is the flow of the last stages. You see stuff, you jump to that stuff. First of that, I saw another thing. I'm using a tiny bit of this gold tone. I need to reframe the medallion before I forget. I mix it anyway with a tiny bit of the contrast purple violet, even a tiny bit of Payne's Gray. I want to tone it down to what I have here. That was a mix. Yeah, because before working on the cards, I lost the metallic around here. It's a repriming thing. The issue with GW is that most of what keeps sales up is market dominance, and then pushing Vincent STL wherever they can go to most 40k tournaments with printed armies, but as more people start printing, will be more tournaments that allow them. Then GW's grasp will sleep. Yeah, I think that's the only parameter remaining holding back the float. That's probably the last bit. Especially the bigger official circuits. Those will make the difference. That's the only thing missing. Yeah. That was actually super needed. Tiny bit of light blue. Mixed in there. Okay. Silver. And focus. Whoop. I have 6 independent stores by me. They don't care. They just want you to buy something when you are there, which I always do. Never got into a store not making a purchase. Chatting. Super happy. I love how when the chat is handling itself. Okay. What I was saying? The silver. No. Of course, the wood. It's easier. So that down here, it shouldn't be super defined, but a bit. At the moment is more nothing than something. I'll keep it simple, faded. We are in the back, in a lower angle. No real attention should go down there. It's just to take away the idea that It's just brown. There was a tiny bit of movement, but very close to the solid brown spectrum. So just a teeny tiny bit. You cannot really miss any angle. That they get rolled over by 3D print. They may go away entirely. I think their solution, their great move, could be really. We might well have the same amount of new blood as the military modeling community. Their move could be start selling files. I think there is a future where that will happen. Not close. But that will probably be the market move answering to that flood. Yeah, regarding that, for people coming into the hobby around well, recently, you don't remember for sure the great crisis after the end of Warhammer Fantasy. Like the perception in the gaming community at the time was like it's over. It's over. It's diffusing a lot, the Kill Panic, and for what I saw, a single 3D printer in a group of friends. You don't need a printer in every house. There's a bunch of sharing. There's a bunch of supporting the local community. So for what I saw, a single printer in a group of friends will make a bunch of difference. What is that? At one point, in 2006, GW had about 6 weeks of working capital left. Beniki, someone tell me what color all of these 20th century old lady peasant is weathering. Yeah. Yeah. Go supernatural. Take away the dyeing from the fabric, and everything is super dull and brownish. But yeah, going back to the prints, I see that comment a lot about, yeah, okay, it's still kind of a luxury commodity, but again, you need one in a community. So game clubs and even shops where you play, changing radically the model of the preparation of tables, organized play. When you have one in house, you can run it and run it and run it, make tables, bits for a whole community super easily. Oh, it's so strange. Yeah, the stitching is still missing. I have a note here. Paint the stitching. I totally skip it for no good reason. This is the first time that's interesting. Because of the flow of the streams and that beat like every 2 days, the 4 or 5 hours, I literally started for the first time taking notes of the stuff I needed, the stuff I need to do. That's super interesting as a flow kind of thing. Yeah, we'll not probably do it. No, it's too late for that kind of commitment. Yeah, but absolutely, they are cheap. They are easy to use. There's still a huge mind block in terms of I need to do a bunch of extra work, learn about extra stuff, even if they are becoming very easy to use. But yeah, a bit I understand that myself. So I went back to commissioning the prints for a time and space kind of thing. But in general, yeah, they are very easy to use. It's absolutely not for the difficulty, but having a proper station, having a proper space, not having to share it with the living room, you know, that kind of space issue. If you have a tiny workshop space where ventilation is not a problem and you don't have to, like I was at the point where I had the printer because of the kid reaching every single spot in a closet, and you have to take it out, check the leveling, do all the setting up every single time, running it at night, because again, the little ants reaching everywhere. Just that, but with the proper space, I would run it constantly. Constantly. It still depends a bit on the only counterpoint I can make is that it depends a bit on the kind of use you make, the kind of painting you do. I still don't feel that if you go for volume, it makes sense. If you go for the single model, it makes a tiny bit less sense. Thomas, my mate at Army Painter, is the person running their printer. And after they got the new Form 3, there's been next to no maintenance. Been printing for 18 months now. And is not had to adjust or calibrate or clean it once. The printer does it all. See, that's the turning point. I think this is one where easy to use is definitely a relative term. Physical models are good for presents. The reason why I don't 3D print more is that I'm running out of space for my stuff. I feel you, man. I absolutely feel that problem. Red Razor, I'm in that condition at the moment. Before the kid, I used to have a room as my workshop, and now I'm in that situation, and I agree with you, is not doable under those conditions. I made a bit of cleanup of printers. I still have two. I cannot bring them out. Some new interesting developments like the Athena and budget. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on those. Those are a tiny bit more expensive, but with technology you always have that flow where a feature first is super expensive, then becomes the norm. No, but even at the very beginning, I was on 3D printing pretty early, with already a bunch of material on internet. The information was there, easy to grab, even when it was really not user friendly. With a tiny bit of dedicated hours, was easy to learn. But yeah, then of course there was the actual labor of leveling, cleaning. Yeah, like the ones with the cartridges. Those look. The idea that you don't have resin. To pour back and forth with the funnel. That's a huge thing. But going back to Kill Panic, I'm surprised that nobody is asking you to print stuff. Oh yeah, and I lost my train of thought. My thing about the single models. Like for my kind of painting, where is always a single model done and extremely rarely repeated. Still paying like $10 for a single sculpt and using it one time, doing the work and using, yeah, of course it's cheaper than a GW model, but there's a bunch of work and still 1/3 of a price to have just the file that again I use one time and I'll print probably with a quality that is not the GW standard, let's say that. Not to say that you have to buy GW, it's just a counterpart with the most expensive models on the other side. Just to use them as a pick on the spectrum, the other peak of the spectrum. Ironically, I was looking at now my mini factory has the printed stuff on sale. For my kind of painting, that's probably more viable because the price is only slightly higher than the STL itself, and I need just that one model forever. Just one and I'm done. That more compatible with my needs. Okay, a bit of re-movement up there. Okay, question for the community. Would you mind one last episode on this one? Because everything is done. Except, yeah, for the stitching and a couple of touch-ups. But the only thing really missing, quote-unquote missing, is a bit of oil and enamel weathering. It's stupid little thing. It will be very subtle, very simple. Nothing super crazy. But just to have the complete picture. Since the point on this one was everything, literally every single brushstroke will happen on camera. You tell me. I'm happy to finish it by myself. It's just a matter of probably not even a full stream. Totally down for an episode with oils. That was my idea here, but I just... So what time is it? You want to do something else, Marco? Not really. Not with extreme urgency. Not at all. No, this one was extremely engaging, extremely fun. Probably it helped keeping it as a pure stream. Like on the previous two projects, I was a bit stressed by starting the new stream with a new, a new chapter, a new proper. So I was working on the YouTube stuff, plus that to keep up with the streams, while I knew that this was just for the stream. Put it away at midnight, take it out after a couple of days. I had the time to really reason about that. I love the flow. So no urgency about doing something else. In Panic, Marco, I love your work, but what has really inspired me been your speed painting projects, and I would love to see those live. We talked about that with the chat. They are not really compatible with Twitch, because to make it work, to make it be a proper speed painting, I cannot interact with you. To give justice to the process, to give justice to the speed, it works when I do it for YouTube, because I'm literally planning everything, every single aspect before starting. I literally put the paints in order in front of me. I'm waiting for a day where I know that there's no grocery coming, there's no Amazon coming, I don't have to go to the daycare, that kind of day. Being first on tech makes no sense. Speaking of capitalism, okay. Marco, in general, I think you should stop noodling on the model. Yeah, I think so. Is literally the last 20 minutes of the stream noodling, where I don't want to commit to anything big or important, and I add stuff in general. If you want to do, you should totally do it in stream. Also, I've been said before. We are for you and the interaction. You could be picking up your notes. You'll still be there. Man, too kind. No, it will be just... I have enamels here since 2 streams. I wanted to add a bit of dust, a bit of splatters. I don't know if at this point, because I went pretty heavy with the render, makes a difference. There are for sure a couple of things that I want to fix. There's that line on my list about the stitches. Something on the feathers, but yeah, it will not be the game-changing episode. Zemizu, I just now discovered this word and I love it. Thank you so much, man, and welcome on board. not really of the stream and the channel, but the modeling world. So happy to have new people on board. Always, especially when you are coming in like from nothing. Do you have an history with like from your comment? Seems like you literally now discovered this world. So you don't have any history with miniatures, miniature paintings, gaming. Super curious about new people and adults coming in. Like there was a time where if you didn't grow up with this stuff, it was really difficult to have new people on board. And 90% of the times was I used to do it when I was a kid. The established influence of GW, you are King. I'm a little worried about losing topic. Streaming killed Baldur Games 3 for me. Just 2 hours ago. So you are literally new. Okay, and coming that cold into this strange thing. What's your impression? I'm really hoping the answer is tomorrow I'll go buy paints and brushes. And two, again, thank you so much for reminding me about that thing. I have that YouTube mindset. Killing the more creative thoughts. But yeah, checking with the community is still a good, always a good idea. Very satisfied by many things. Painted other stuff I have. My mom color stuff. I have it, so it's a nice step. Easy start, man. Easy start. If you need suggestions about anything, drop in anytime. We can easily give you pointers about anything. I think Private Press is taking steps in that direction. They've moved their entire production to 3D printing. That means that really well placed to be flexible and change things around. Start selling STL files. That would be great. Because what is for pure gaming what is missing now with 3D prints is that yeah, you are printing models, but you are going back to the established rule sets. Imagine a game, a proper tested, play-tested game with support, with that kind of established game kind of support for the community, plus models that you can get like digitally. When that will be properly combined, I think will be the real game-changing moment. Because a bunch of that staying around GW is also because of the game itself. I saw that idea for many, like you go with full printing, is always proxying. You always that have that mental knot that is okay. That's still a proxy of something else that is should be something else. Yeah, I mean a war game where you need a bunch of models, an organized system of models. Yeah, mostly. And I understand the huge drive, huge leaning into role-play games, because you need the quantity, you need the variety, you need the quick turnover. Zemizu, you can use you can, if you don't play in the super official kind of circuits, if you don't play in a few very specific shops where there's a proper rule that you have to play with their own models, but it's just for a couple of specific games in a couple of specific spots, you can absolutely play with 3D prints. So if you are not a competitive tournament player in that precise environment, you can absolutely play. You can play every game with 3D prints. And my comment was precisely about that. That is a mental thing for many old school players. That even if they appreciate the 3D printing aspect, there's still a part of their brain that is I would prefer the real stuff, but that's a cheaper option, it's easier, but it's a mental thing about I kind of know that that hero with that name or that unit with that aesthetic, the one that I'm printing is not the original one. But yeah, absolutely, just a mental thing. Just for fun, the 3D printing painting you cannot use. You take the original model and turn a different pose. You can do whatever you want. And we are literally here to push people in that direction. if you are gaming, if you are modeling, just have fun, don't overthink. Especially if you are not planning in the short term of doing mid high level tournaments, don't worry at all. I thought to create an original model, but modeling with a program, it's part of the thing. Absolutely, is exactly like sculpting with modeling putty. Do it, absolutely. And say more, if you have the skills, you have to do it. I'm brain broken like that. I have a huge collection of minis for the Warhammer Quest games, even though I could very easily print out proxies that are as good or better for a fraction of the cost. Kilpanic, I cannot judge you because that example was coming from experience, from personal experience. No judgment here for that. But it's something that we have to overcome. Imagine how cool it would be to be able to go on to the GW homepage, pose and keep your Space Marine captain. Yeah, that's kind of a child dream. Mikatori, good night. Good night. Yeah, there are all tools that are already there because that kind of printing on demand is already a thing. There would be such a huge market. Zebran, thank you for the follow. Super appreciated. Yeah, they're always a slow beast to move in new direction. I think with other big companies moving in certain territories, with a delay of 5-10 years, even GW always catch up. But always with that delay. I don't know if they check if others succeed with an idea, then go for it. Russia is exploding. Alex, TX, there's a reflection. You think that would make sense for the volume GW shifts right now? Ooh, no, sorry, I didn't understand the question. I think I have 8 Morvan proxy models printed. No, like if you mean that if at the moment they have any drive doing something like that, no, it's probably too early for that kind of for printing to be scary for them at all, especially with the control they have on the big tournament circuits. They can still dictate rules. Plus, if we go with a cheap kind of reasoning, I personally don't think that let's call it our faction, our line of thought is at the moment numerous as strong as the old school fanboys. I know a lot of people, friends, buying just for the sake of I always did it, I'll keep doing it. Stuff that they're not playing. I joke with them, call them fanboys. That's a strong base. Really, they could charge €55 for a model like that. So viable, yeah. Something would be a gamble. No. People are maybe underestimating GW's capacity to make such a monumental change. After all, a toy company, not a digital ware. Look at Warhammer Plus for an example of their competence in that area, yeah. That's kind of a good point. Kind of a good point. Well, we can argue that with that dimension of company, you can hire different competent people. Plus all the game choices with better gameplay mechanics, model agnostic. Killing us softly, I'm absolutely with you. Lead Mountain Widow. I have to go slow at this time of the night. Good evening, and thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. Thank you. We can debate that I'm starting to overwork it. And I'm expecting two jumping on the keyboard right now. But yeah, it's done. I'm was very into this model, and I'm having trouble to letting it go. Literally, I like it so much. So I'm kind of adding stuff to do just because I'm enjoying it a lot. Like tomorrow, I still didn't do it, but I'm pretty sure that after tonight, to tomorrow, I will go back toning down a couple of things. Oh, tonight, just to give you... We worked a lot on these simple freehands, but they are coming from Renaissance references of playing cards. These kind of strange characters. It was really fun to give him a consistent historical feel. I mean, would be viable to simply buy for free for each GW store. Ooh, that's another sci-fi possibility. Like 90% of the company makes under 30k, not certain the exact figure, but something like that. Yeah, sometimes it can be hard to stop on a nice model. Like not wanting a good TV show to end. Exactly that. And you know, I've been now for 4 years into the quick turning, quick releasing YouTube game, and having this kind of platform, being able to make the work slow, it was a new revelation, a new way of painting, ironically. It's like the Renaissance version of a... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they used to do it as good luck or trophies or just as a fashion thing. You can find a few paintings with that kind of ostentation. But yeah, I never thought about the Vietnam kind of image with the soldier with the playing card. Interesting link. Akira ball thrower. Not sure you could put the 8-ball or ace of spade on that hat. It was a big point of discussion because the box art has the ace of spade with also the A, but I went full historical with this. This is the real look of playing cards of the time. So this is my guy, and this is the number I went with. So yeah, I went that deep into the thing. And again, I was looking the box art that is amazing. Is Kirill Kanayev, but that super modern ace of spades was something that wasn't really working. So I went deep into that rabbit hole. Proper period cards. With the strange, funky characters. It was also with it's difficult to say with this. It was a matter of debate. The bad paint job kind of effect, because it is in these cards. Quick, cheap commodity. Because maybe of bleeding of the paper or who knows what. That bad spidery effect around the lines. So I wanted that. Yeah, exactly. You know, it wasn't really a time of factory-made stuff. So yeah, I never really did an historical model. Going this deep into the history, and I have to say I'll do it more for sure because of that. You of course have still the creative trail because composition, flow of the lights is still a thing. Let me see. Sorry, I was in another conversation. Formlabs. A 3D printer cleaner integration. What is Formlabs the one that Savage uses? The one with the cartridges. The name is super familiar. I just realized that some of my Vallejo paints are pushing 30 years old. Man, if they work, don't throw them away. And 2, I put the link on favorites. Give it a proper look. I was hoping that chest was actually half a keg of ale. Would have been a great pose, a great piece with departing the pint. Yeah, my two potential stories were make it more super happy for surviving the fight and almost very, very smiley, very, very friendly. But I went a bit more. The theme was a super early morning. He survived. He has loot, but you can tell from the armor and the uniform how much he had to fight for life and loot. So I went heavy with the sagging eyes, that kind of tired look. Trying to zoom in on the eye work. Oh, thank you. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff happening around the eyes. It's super heavy with the texturing of the skin. So I have both the old man and kind of roughness of the pores. Was trying to zoom in. Formlabs is sort of the fancy 3D printer producer. I think maybe Savage has one. Yeah, that name was super familiar, but mostly uses filament printers as he wants speed and volume. Like he has one, the one with the big cartridges. But yeah, at the time of those videos, I was still super critical about printers. Now I saw that he went deep with the printer farm. But yeah, the name went immediately in that part of my brain. To be fair, it looks less like him now with the weather still. Jeff Daniel. So is there is a person that I have to check for this character? Is there a person? I lost that part. I'm going to stop, I promise. Because again, tonight I can indulge in a few minutes more. Ilpanic, Marco, thanks for sharing your time with us. See you next time. And thank you so much for the company. And see you at the next one. Really a pleasure. This Thursday. Same hour. From Labs are the ones with the big blocky orange tops. Yeah, I think it's that one. I think maybe one of the other content creators at Savage did something with it. Yeah, but the I was looking at your discussion, thinking self-leveling, self-cleaning. That could be the investment to do. If it's doing all the stuff by itself, you have me on board again. And again, I love that technology, and is a bit of a regret not being able at the moment to explore more of those possibilities. And again, more money that is going away because I'm still commissioning the printing to someone else. So even just for that, actor from Newsroom, Rust Goblin. Newsroom, Rust Goblin. I love how the palette looks like a color key for the main job you're working on. You see, there are all the elements. Ooh, the Foundry Lance Connect. Those are great. Those are great and great proxy for any Empire. They're probably a tiny bit. No, they shouldn't be smaller. They shouldn't be. Probably a tiny bit smaller than classic GW. Well, the old ones used to be smaller. Probably they are a match. They are probably a match. Okay, yeah, my idea is watch it again tomorrow. And then I'll let you know if it'll be one last episode or a new one. I think probably now I feel a new one. I'm feeling a new one. I'm starting thinking that except for a very sparse few drops of mud, there's no real space in this picture for a bunch of weathering. But I think they might be all Perry. Oh, if they are Perry, they are smaller, for sure. I got a bunch of Perry models for tiny conversions for enemies and basically non-playing characters encounters for Forbidden Psalm. I don't know. Probably not doable. I wanted a deeper shadow between the armor and the shirt. But there is. But it's basically not visible from any realistic viewer point of view. So deep inside there, there is that line of shadow, but the angle is not right to make it come out. You have to make peace with that. Just a few old man wrinkles in the neck. I think they might be a chance of painting a tank on stream, or not challenging enough to paint something without a face. No, tanks are fun. I don't know, like it's strange. It's really strange. I feel I can say something on this kind of stuff, but for tanks, I really feel that there's already people doing the way better stuff. I don't see where I can innovate or bring something new to that game. If it's just for the sake of painting something, yeah. But I know that word from the technical point of view. I know the topic in a superficial way. So I can produce a good looking tank because of the technical stuff, but I've never been into the actual technicality of the tanks to satisfy anyone with that kind of knowledge. So yeah, it's a strange mental point of being. Too, by the way, Marco, it's been really nice seeing you paint something with more subdued than usual color explosion. Thank you. I literally took it as a challenge when we were discussing that during the max, and it's been really fun. Despite the joking of the titles of the struggle of the low saturation, I really enjoyed that. Still keeping the reasoning about the storytelling and the light. And yeah, at the beginning it felt like a limitation, in the sense of, okay, I have to not use the stuff I like, but that the research and that idea of imitating a photograph, a picture, that has been super engaging. That made the work really interesting. I'll blend this teeny tiny point on the neck, and I think will be enough for tonight. I wasn't looking for an highlight, just a tiny bit of an extra wrinkle. To make even the neck a tiny bit more wrinkled. Leave the tank stuff for night shift. Yeah, the night shift is one of those. You know, did you understand the point of view? Is that I know how to do it. I know the tricks. I've been in the company of those kind of modelers a lot, and as always, I steal everything. But it always feels like just an application. Interesting could be. That could be interesting. Put a tiny tank in a scene. That could be something engaging, going away from just okay, that application. Because I think when you go in that territory, if you're not passionate about like my old stealing the tank stuff was to bring it into the robots, obviously. Do one of the Bandai Toon tanks then. That's more into my territory, or Metal Slug. The Metal Slug. Yeah, if you didn't know, there are kits of the Metal Slug. On every possible size. No, after this one, I have to paint. It sounds like I don't want to do it. I have my first box art waiting. I'll give you all the details, all the information about company, the model, with the proper introduction. But yeah, after this more quote-unquote realism, I had on the line a the PVC Midoriya to do it in cell shading, big model, big shapes, all flat. Yeah, for sure, although I feel like you're always able to provide a good, efficient way to paint things without them looking compromised. Yeah, I mean, if it's for a YouTube video, absolutely. See, the point is learn the technique, maybe simplified or better delivered for sci-fi, that kind of stuff. I can totally do it. Maybe you may suggest painting a squad of Marines. It wouldn't work, but maybe I'm wrong. No, you can do all that stuff. And ironically, the tank world is going heavily into that direction. The big revolution of the tank world, they've been super static. They are all more or less. So they are very slow in changing ways, in trying new stuff. But the big revolution in their environment was what is still called color modulation. That in reality is value modulation. Basically, they argue that there was a big argument at the time in the tank community that a tank is made to have flat colors, is made to be as flat and uniform as possible. So the way of painting at the time, I think like 10 years ago, more or less, was literally coat the tank in a single color, single uniform flat color, and then do the weathering and the detailing on top, scratching, rust, and all the possible weathering you can imagine, and probably more than you can imagine. And I think the first one was Miguel Jimenez, that started to paint every single set of panels, the ones looking up, the ones looking a bit on with an angle on the side, the verticals, in slightly different tones as base, and then apply all the usual stuff on top, the oils, enamel, spin washing, the scratches. But the huge difference was giving volumetry to the shapes of the tanks. Literally simple with the geometry of, you think like sketching a cube on paper. So the top is white, the side in mid-light is a light gray, the side in shadow is a heavier gray. Doing that with the colors of the tank. That, if you think about it, is the most obvious thing that you can tell to a fantasy painter. Well, GW is still not doing that in his tanks. Yeah. And still, even the naming, they call it color modulation, but it's clearly value modulation. But to make them understand that, the color modulation was a system so that old school painter was able to say, okay, I'll use a different color for the side. It's just another lighter or darker shade of the same olive drab, maybe. But for them, that was the revolution. Gigabeef, a comic book style paint would be quite awesome. Again, that was the debate after the last project between... it has to be already that Midoriya in comic book style, but I already did two super cartoony models. Then two kind of challenge me doing the more naturalistic stuff. The thing was about this one or this one. So this one, but with realistic stuff. color and value is the same to most painters, or maybe value just didn't tell people what it was all about. Yeah, exactly. I think because I talked with Mig a couple of times at the big events. I'm a fan, and he has a good grasp of this stuff, and I think it was an absolute choice of words to give a title to his techniques, especially because he's still selling products, so the hook had to be super effective to give not only a technique but also, okay, he started immediately making sets. He's super fun about that. You can see those sets also from AK Interactive, but Mig started shading or color modulation sets for that specific kind of tank. So you have 8-9 colors to make the upper panel, the kind of on an angle panel, on a steeper angle panel, vertical panel, literally painting by the numbers the single change of angles. The Tiger guy, his drab realist would look wicked. That was the plan. I think in many ways it would look way scarier than a brighter version. That the roughness of the real animal. We'll get to that. We'll do one and one. I love the concept. And you at the time I took mental note. You said do it blue, and I didn't want to tell you. My plan was to make it like a Cringer Battle Cat from Masters of the Universe. So green with the orange stripes, but super gritty. Some companies also sell the color triads, which is literally just a light, medium, and dark of the same color. That was the old GW system. That was literally the old GW way of painting. But I think I have the name of the company on the tip of my tongue. It was the old company making GW paint, because before becoming proprietary Citadel, they're still around. They're in England, and they do the set of 3. But yeah, that was the old. No, the other one. Kodama was the proper paint factory. I have the link in the favorites. I'll tell you next time. But it's an English company doing still the old school sets. Before the washes, that was the GW system. Three values. That's the history. Foundry. Yeah. That one. Thank you so much. It was literally on the tip. I think that they are selling precisely that system, calling it the 3-core system. So sweaty. 4 hours inside the globe. Be super cool to do that, like a real tiger. Okay, lots of reference and gritty realism. I think it will not hold up strange colors, realistic light, full realism. I like it. That my only it was in my mind, but that's the box art. So So I always try to don't paint the box art. Yeah, it's not super realistic, but the colors are of what's that? A jaguar yellow with the dots, with the marks. The box art is really not super realistic, but the tones are the ones of the realistic animal. Okay, guys. Tomorrow is a bit easier, but not so easy to go to sleep 2 o'clock. So yeah, let's close it. Let's close it here, especially because I'm, as Stu was saying, I'm doing a bunch of noodling. Something like this, more brown than orange. Ooh, proper tiger. Okay. Because I don't know. Well, it can be. Oh, let me see. It doesn't have the tiger. That's a panther, jaguar or panther. I have to check the proper name. So it doesn't have the presence of the tiger. It doesn't have the neck and the kind of the mane around. Because the actual animal is pretty well referenced. So you have to go with that. A black panther could be a challenge. I don't know how effective in terms of. Well, we can work around the composition. Yep. Milliput. Always have the doubt. Yep. It had more than a few connection points and gaps. So that yellow was that. Yeah, right. I'm always in that strange situation with animals. Like how much I can go away. Well, of course I can go green ranger and battle cat, but that. I was him though relate one for you, yeah. Love to hang out with you, man. And the guys in chat. But yeah, we have a great flow of topics and chats. Always a pleasure to have you on board, and I'm so glad that you are keeping coming back. As for all the others, that we have a strong foundation of people that are the core guys of the channel. I'll make sure to show you my love in a concrete way. I'm understanding stuff about Twitch technically, how to handle certain ideas. So guys, thank you so much for the company. Pretty late, but again, tomorrow is an easy day and I was having fun, a lot of fun. Good night. Stay with me just a bit more if you still have time to spend on Twitch, just to have some fun somewhere. You know what? Instead of doing a jump into someone big, let's bring some noise into someone into a small channel. Raid in 10 seconds, guys. Thank you so much. Good night. See you see you Thursday. Jumping into. Oh, she's a great great streamer, and she needs more love. So, fun. Blades81. Good night. Bye.